And there we are. And there we go. There we are, and there we go. I thought about putting up the coming soon. Or starting soon. The starting soon little play there, but to be honest with you, I think I would only do that when I have like a bunch of followers that are like, ooh, I'm anticipating things. But yeah, first and foremost, I'm tired. I'm sorry. I'm very tired. I shouldn't be because I didn't really have anything to do today. I went to work. I drove my ass an hour and a half to go to work. I do one load. And then I have to call in for the second load to be done, which was my long distance, which would pay me really good money. And they're like, well, they're not ready for a load. Okay, so what else do you have me to do? Oh, we don't have anything for you to do. Okay, so I made $80 today and spent $20 in gas. Cool story, bro. Cool story. So, kind of a little drained from that. Just the simple fact that I have been up since 3 a.m. and it's almost 3 p.m. It's 2 p.m. right now, my time. So, I've been up for about 12 hours. So I'm a little tired, and I've also been getting some shit sleep. But semantics. Who cares? So yeah, and I also plan to do like a video sometime soon talking about VTubers and essentially the rise of the VTuber. Because most certainly some people want to call it like a saturation thing. I'm just calling it a movement, an evolution of humankind. So hopefully once I get my first attempt at a VTuber model, not necessarily going to be making it mine, but I don't know. But I think this is a good direction to go for artists, is learning how to, at the very least, make a VTuber model. And then as far as rigging the stuff up, I'm going to do some research, but I think the art side of it is so involved that I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to be able to rig this or not. So we'll see. We shall see. So let's go ahead and pop in here. And now, so I just got through with my weekend essentially. And I was having some ideas pop into my head, and I was, again, kind of getting inspired by how many VTubers there really are, and of course the VTubers that are coming out onto the scene, and the mass amount of people who are really embracing things such as VR chat, Roblox, and etc. I mean, yeah, I'm an old dude. I'm a millennial, a mid-aged millennial. Like, I'm not in the younger, upper 29, like 29, 30, and nor am I older, like 40 something. I'm right in the middle. I'm at 35. I'm in the sweet spot for millennials. But even then, though, it's just I take it upon myself to try and stay up with the times, because with the ever-evolving world of technology, new words, new sayings, new isms, new everything starts coming out. So I just kind of want my attempt at it, and so far I am really liking my VTuber model. And I think it's turning out pretty good. Obviously, I'm doing a full-scale model. I'm just going through the initial idea, right? I got some things. I don't know if I'm going to change the eyes, because the eyes, for me, they're slightly feminine. They're slightly feminine. And if I'm trying to kind of capture myself, I need to maybe tone them down a little bit. So I'm gonna work on that. As far as the overall costume design, though, I think it's pretty unique. And this is my inspiration. So obviously, as far as this looks like, it's a captain, right? Like, we can see, like, this is like a a well-dressed individual for like piloting a ship or maybe a starship or something like that. So I've taken inspiration from the actual United States Navy. I've taken inspiration from One Piece, and I've taken inspiration from Star Wars. All three of them are kind of in this. The Navy part of it is with the dress pants and shoes, along with the normal coat that's on here with the striping around the sleeves. The Star Wars aspect of it is the ranking area here, along with the encoder pen, the belt that goes across the waist, the general midsection of the shirt itself, and that's kind of the Star Wars vibe. And then the One Piece vibe is the actual like cape situation, because in One Piece the captains and admirals and stuff like that, they all tend to wear like a really fancy shoulder cape, and it's different per person, so that way you can kind of differentiate them. And so I was inspired by that. And the hat is kind of just a cross of all of it together, just a little bit over exaggerated captain's hat. The US Navy bill, I like the bill of the cap that it goes down. It's very uniform. And then as far as just creating a good silhouette, right? Like that's something that when we go into character creation, that's something that we all want to look for, which is a good silhouette. And now, is the silhouette on this guy like super basic? I would say yes. It is basic. However, again, this is a uniform, and I'm not going for extravagance either. I'm not trying to really do, because this already, in my opinion, doing the research I have done on VTuber models and stuff like that, and learning how to cut them, learning how that I need to make like a freaking folder for everything. Every bit of line art needs its own folder. Every single piece on this thing that's separate and possibly moves needs its own folder. There needs to be a backside to this thing. We need to make the neck longer than normal. Like, I've done an insane amount of research on that making a VTuber model goes far beyond the fact of just drawing something that would be tangible to use. And I really feel like I'm creating a doll. I mean, look at, like, as far as like just look at this character. Like, it looks like this dude is going to be like an action figure, and I can pose him in any way I want and everything. I've never really attempted anything like this before. This is completely unique and completely something different. Oh, and the tie being tucked in like this, that is actually a World War II or World War I reference. I think it's World War II, where U.S. soldiers would actually tuck in their tie. If you don't believe me, look it up. I thought it was neat. I like that idea of like this little throw to, again, like the U.S. Navy, U.S. military in some way, shape, or form. And then, yeah, extravagance, but not going too overboard. And that's really what I'm trying to nail down here. I want to try and add some other things too, but I think I want to really nail down the core of this model, and then we're going to start attacking everything and try our best to make an actual VTuber model. And what I'm going to do is, so if anybody that rigs sees this, that's a decent rigger, I want to hand over the PSD files and have you let me know if this is something, like, if I did it right or not. I might be able to put the folders up and stuff like that on the right hand side here, where obviously you see where all my layers are at right now. So maybe I could make that happen, right? But and then somebody come in and maybe they watch the video later and they're like, oh dude, yeah, you're doing everything perfectly fine, or oh my god, guy, like, no, you got to do it this way, that way. Again, I tried to do my research. So that being said, I think I am going to work on the eyes first. And so I want to get some inspiration. And while I'm doing all this research and stuff, I'm going to put some music on. So as far as music goes, from what I see here is that this is, let's see here. I'm trying to find something that's no copyright free. Probably going to do Carl Casey. Carl Casey. I'll show you Carl Casey here in just a second. There we go. Carl Casey mix. Gotta love those ads. Give me those ads. Tell me about Taco Bell. Yes, queen. Okay. Here's Carl Casey. If you actually come over here, thank you. And you might not be able to see it too well. Let's see. Let's scroll down a little bit. There you go. Carl Casey, White Bat Audio. Subscribe, like, all the good stuff there. Just, you know, if you use any background music for any streams or anything like that, you can use Carl Casey. As you see here, it is copyright safe music. So long as you mention him, he's perfectly fine with you using it for your streaming, whether that be Kick, Twitch, whatever, and or any of your background music for any videos that you do. Just again, mention him. And of course, if I make this into a YouTube video at some point in time, I will be sure to leave a link in the description below to Carl Casey. There you go. Let's get that started. Sing to me. All right. So, I need to look at like old, like maybe, I don't know if that's the right thing to say, mid-aged man. Mid-aged man anime character. I'm just going to put anime. And just kind of see what those eyes look like. That's what I was kind of thinking. Like, they seem to be a little bit more square. Like, mid-aged men eyes in anime seem to be a little bit more square. So let's see what layer I put the eyeballs on. Layer 1. Okay. So we're going to boop. So we're going to do some sketch real quick. Well, I guess we can use the pen. just too much fun. So one of the sets of eyeballs that I'm looking at, I don't think is going to work, but we're going to kind of see here. Well, that's not too bad. Probably a smaller pupil. Okay. I'm kind of feeling it, but kind of looks a little bit more surprised right there. All right. All right, all right. Oh god. What have I done? I'm fucking up all my things. Oh no. Chat box, get the hell up there. There we go. So that was one idea, or at least one eyeball. And obviously I'm making it a little bit larger because like the one that I see is like super freaking small. But the way that I have the face and stuff, that's not gonna quite work. So, the square look. That's not too shabby. That's definitely a little bit more serious. I mean, definitely way different than those. It's growing on me. I'm just thinking about it. Let's see here. Let's make him a little thicker. Not bad, actually. Not bad. That really changed his attitude. Yeah, I mean, let's just go back a little bit. Like, so if we go back, I mean, so when I look at this guy, I see some, like, he's almost kind of like cat-like in a way. And it's not that it's bad, but like I said, this is a little bit more feminine than what I would consider for someone of his stature. And again, I'm trying to kind of put myself into this, right? And obviously I'm a mid-aged individual, and this is just, it's just a tad too young. And I don't care for feminization or anything like that. It's fine, it's whatever. But if we're going for a little bit more serious of a militarized captain, right? This is someone that's well seasoned in combat and everything like that, then I believe something a little bit more like this really puts off a vibe. He's definitely aura farming at this point in time. I think if this guy was walking down the middle of a battleship, I think this would, these eyes would command respect in some way, shape, or form. At least that's what's coming into my head. That's what's coming to mind. And with that being said, let's see if we can. I don't know if I can. I don't think I can move one at a time. Let's see. We're gonna take the ruler off. Oh jeez. Ah jeez. Ah jeez. Okay. Dang it. So I think it needs to be they need to be separated just a little bit. Maybe the spacing is okay. Maybe I'm just being a little too critical. I think maybe the eyebrows, though, probably need to be reworked. So let's do that. I really wish, and there's probably a setting and I just don't know it, that when you have the fuck man, the damn symmetry line, that it would actually erase the same thing on the other side instead of having to erase separately. Bring back the symmetry line. I mean, I don't really have eyebrows. I have a little bit of like a Super Saiyan 3 vibe. They're so blonde you can't see them. So it looks like I have like no eyebrows whatsoever. So trying to emulate myself with no eyebrows, I don't... I mean, I guess this would be okay. Usually, if there is no eyebrows on a anime character, typically you're just gonna make a little nub spot. I mean, it's not bad. I think this emulates me pretty good. You know. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. No eyebrows. Is there anime characters that don't have any eyebrows? Curious, I'm gonna look it up. Obviously, like I mentioned, Super Saiyan 3 Goku. Yeah, okay, no eyebrows, but his brow line is like fucking out to Kansas. Yeah, first thing that pops up is Super Saiyan 3 Goku. Okay. I don't remember that character's name, but yeah. But I'm not far off. Essentially, characters that do not have eyebrows have a brow line indicator to make up for it. Ah, Giovanni from Pokemon. I forgot he didn't have eyebrows. But yes, generally accepted that we need to use a brow line indicator. And so I think these simple lines, I don't think I need to add anything else. Woo! Didn't mean to do that. My bad. My bad. And obviously, as far as the brows are concerned, you're really not going to see... You're not going to see it with his cap on anyways, per se. He looks about as tired as I am. He looks about as tired as I am. This is a snazzy fella. Snazzy, for sure. And I am drawing, and I will be, and I don't know if I'm doing more work than I need to, but I am making his coat, like his first jacket that you see, all by itself too, and then his overcoat is also going to be like its own object as well. And that to me is like, if I decide to take the coat off, then I still have a whole character model. I take the hat off. I do plan, maybe I should do hair as well. Because let's see here, the hat, yeah, the hat's on this level. So if we take that, for example, his hairline, I mean, he's going to be bald, essentially, but no bald spot, just his hairline is going to be, let's see here. There we go. There you go. I fixed it already. So it's hard because, and this is the thing that's like really difficult for VTubing and making VTuber models. And I think there's not enough credit that goes to anybody who makes VTuber models, because these things have to be considered. If I take that hat off, well, if nothing's there, then you know, nothing's going to happen, right? Or if I want to change hats or want to do something, I have to have a head. I got to have something there. And then I have to do all the modeling for this. I have to do the back of the skull. I have to do all this stuff, right? So that way when the head turns, when I turn my head, it doesn't look weird. It looks like a 3D, although it's a 2D model, right? So all of this stuff has to be taken into consideration. And not, you know, obviously I didn't pick a bald head just because it's easy. Just, you know, military style, and, well, You see my head. I could do hair, but now this is also good too to start with a bald head too. And that goes for girls and all guys, and just any VTuber. I think having a bald head would actually be useful, because if you want to change your hairstyle or something like that, then it's real simple. You can just take the hair off and put new hair on. So yeah, because maybe I could do like a some kind of I don't know what they call it, like a weird crew cut thing going on here, and he's got like a cut in on this side. I mean, that's pretty unique, but at the same time though, it's like, but that's what I'm mentioning though, right? I can put a hairstyle on him at any point in time, and so if I make hair models for my specific VTuber model, then all I have to do is just literally draw it, make it, and then if I can't rig it myself, then I'll, you know, employ someone to do the rigging for the particular hair that I made. But yeah, something like that would be kind of cool. So when he takes his hat off, I can just put, you know, some hair on, and technically his hair actually fits. I wouldn't even need to do it. I wouldn't even need to take it off. This is why it's got the big top on it. It's because it holds his glorious hairstyle. And I'm not even joking, no cap. Like, that hairstyle is actually pretty decent on this guy. I could see this dude rocking that hairstyle. Really the only thing left I lack, of course, is the hands. And the reason why I haven't done hands yet is because I really don't know precisely what I want to do. He's going to have gloves on, and so do I draw the hand like this and open, so that way each finger can be, what's the word I'm looking for, animated? Or do I draw the hand this way and not really worry about it, because most of the time, and most VTubers I see never use their full body, even though they have a full body. However, I would like to. I mean, I use my hands a lot, so if I put my hand up to my face, I would like my character to be able to do it too. So I don't know what that would all involve. That's a little past my knowledge on this, but that would tell me that I would need to make my hands like this. I think in order for a rigger to be able to make my hands do one of these, if I'm just doing this while I'm doing art, right, and stroking a beard or whatever, that would need this pose would need to happen on this character that you see right there. Thought process. I ain't gonna lie, I really kind of want to keep that hairstyle, just because it's simple and it's interesting. And this was completely by accident. You just witnessed completely by accident. I was just giving an example of, like, oh, you know, you'd have something on the top, right, to make him a little unique, but this is actually pretty cool. Would I make it asymmetrical, which means, you know, I'd take the ruler off and then, like, have like a curl or something like that that would come off to the side like that. Obviously, when we go outside the bounds of symmetry, you know, that's like right here, right with the pocket and stuff. But see, here's the thing, like, these really aren't going to move too much, so I don't think this would be too much of a problem for someone to rig that to make that happen, because it's only going to be like a little, you know, movement like this it's not really that much. But versus this, right, like if I do a little curlicue like this, that whole hair is going to have to be touched up and things. But yeah. And if you excuse me, I gotta go do something real quick. Sorry about that. I had to, the oven went off, and it's not like I'm baking something right now. It's, the wife has a slow cooker, and she uses the oven timer because it has the loudest beep. And so if I told her, I said, I plan to stream when I get home. And so I'm like, well, that being said, if you just set a timer for me on the stove, then I'll know to, go stir the pot, so to speak. And I grabbed myself an extra beverage. Oh. All right, cool. Cool beans, it's cool, bruh. Fantastic. All right, so, yeah, so let's, I'm gonna mess around with this a little bit because I am, like, interested. I have interested myself. Do I want a curly Q? Which would be something more like this. Maybe like... essentially what? Like, that'd be like a half moon? See, we're starting to get a little too anti-military. Sorry about that again. Jesus. It sounded like fucking, I was like, what the hell is going on? And I heard like a rumble of some sort, but it didn't sound like like anything should be, I don't know, it sounded odd. And so I wanted to go see what it was. Apparently we got ourselves a little bit of a thunderstorm. Didn't know. Now, we should be able to bring back our ruler, because if we wanted to make like line work and stuff with this, then of course, you know, yeah, symmetry would be nice. Give it a little bit more detail. It's good stuff. So you're probably wondering, well, okay, you just put hair and you said you're going to be doing bald. it's okay, we can fix this. So what we do is we do this. Oop, need to kind of do it this way. Okay. Then we go edit, copy, edit, paste. And then we go back down to here. And we go delete. And look what I just did. So if we blink this off, well, the face is on a separate layer. And if we blink this off, the hair's on a separate layer. Now you're probably just like, well, what about the bald? Give me some credit. I know what I'm doing. So we go back to layer 1 that just has a face, right? Right. Well, we just kind of tone down the opacity on this, go back to that one layer, and then I can just simply trace my hairline again, and we're good to go. And essentially, as far as like the rest of this, we can either delete. We'll have to manually erase what's inside here, but we can get the we can get our bald head back. I would say that's almost close enough, but I really liked that line. Ooh, so close. Sometimes you just draw the right thing the first time, and then that's just... You can never recreate what you made before. It's just how it is. It's just how it is. No, I kind of like... No. No. Gotta start here. Let's try it this way. I'm not thinking about it too much. I'm just like, what the hell did I do? Oh, there we go. Did I do it? Yes. Yes, I did. Okay. Fantastic. And then this one here is just, and we can do one of these numbers. Oops. I think that hairline's just fine. And so now I gave myself some hair. Whew. Well, how about that? How about that? Okay. So we're gonna blink off this. Bring this back to 100%, and then we're going to essentially have to erase our previous line there. I think I'm going to keep this line there because I need it. I need it, Patrick. I need it, Patrick. And then we're just going to do a nice slow crawl, and also keep the front of the hairline as well. I don't see any reason why not to keep that. That's part of the hairstyle. So there you go. There you be, there you be. Yeah, complete accident that I actually made a hairstyle that I would be happy with. Usually it would take me forever to come up with a hairstyle that I'd be like, oh yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I could see myself wearing that hairstyle. Like I said, we're kind of in that phase anyways of like making these fine-tuned details. Just gotta be nice and careful. We're gonna have some thicker lines where obviously this one is going through it, I'd just rather not redo them. I'm gonna have to go over them anyways again. This is more just a semantics thing, which is like, just get this shit out of my face because I don't want to see it. Some of you may be like, oh, this is just so relaxing. Just to watch you erase lines. That's all I want to do is watch you erase lines all day. I could just watch you erase lines all day long. It is kind of therapeutic. Not gonna lie. Okay. There we go. And then just butt that up right there. And essentially that is his hairstyle. And then we put, you know, his main head back on there. So now we got his bald head and we actually have a hairstyle. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. I just realized something. This is probably going to ruin this Vtuber model. But when I blink off his head, and all you see is the sideburns and a little bit of floof up front and the mustache, goatee. I don't know what, there's a specific word for this particular style. All that's missing. Oh my god, all that's missing is this right here. And we have ourselves Joe Dirt, baby. We got our we got we got Captain Joe Dirt. How does that look with the... Oh my god. Oh my god. Cannot believe I fucking just made Captain Joe Dirt. Okay. Alright, I'm enough of this. Enough of that. So basically, if Joe Dirt ever shaved the sides of his head, he would look fairly respectable. Let's put a hat back on. Jesus. And this is the funny part, right? The hair actually mostly fits inside of the hat. You basically have that little bit and this little bit right here that stick out. But that would be fine. Because, again, taking off the hat. That's just funny, though. I did not plan for this at all. That's great. That's great. Yeah. And so we can blink off the hair for now. Fantastic. Okay. So let's focus on the hands. I don't think I actually have. Yeah, because see, I initially drew the hands this way. So like, you know, like a knife hand kind of deal. But I don't think if I want to actually move my hands as a VTuber, I have to do this. Right? That makes sense to me, because if I start turning my hand around, or if I do one of these numbers... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that works. I haven't done that much research yet, so... But I'm going to anticipate having a hand that can be in my face and do stuff. And so I think that's the best course. Yeah. So we might have to do a little bit of sketching. Let's see here. What do we got? Okay, this one has facial hair. Yeah, it took me forever to figure out what kind of facial hair I wanted. I thought this was unique enough. Yeah, I mean, doing... let's see here. Let's go back. I mean, that's pretty much what I look like right now. So, I definitely have emulated myself, I think, pretty decently. But, you know, just trying to put some facial hair on the guy. Okay. So, I don't think I need a rough giraffe layer per se. I might need that rough giraffe layer because of the fact of just the hands. Let's do 100% opacity. We're going to duplicate layer. We're going to then delete. Blink that off. All right, and then we're gonna do this. And then I'm going to create a new layer and make that, well, we want to duplicate everything because I don't want to have to keep drawing the layer lines and shit, but I should be able to actually just use this. I don't think I need to do much else. Let's see here. Let's go to 100 now. I got it. I just don't need the hand in general. I just need to duplicate the layer. Okay. Now I can start sketching. So if this is the, let's see here. So be like this. So the thumbs would be up. Okay. Now I should be drawing the same thing on the other side. Yes. Okay. think I might need to redo the thumb a little bit, but I'll have to see. I also think that a lot of artists don't just use their damn hand, right? Like, you got the hand, just use the hand. It's about right. It is, you know, obviously for the initial sketch. Because the tip of the thumb, when you close your hand, essentially comes to like the first line there. So in the retrospective things, this thumb probably needs to be a little smaller. I don't know if it'd be that small. We'll see what the final layout is. So we're gonna do that, and then that's the cape. Gotcha. Because technically we don't need that anymore. So let's make it on layer 1, since it, you know, the head is there, might as well put the hands on there. Obviously this is still a rough draft, so there you go. All right, so if we are correct with this, there is a good angle. Okay. It's not pushed off to the side too much. I think I might have the right angle here. Because if I stretch it, yeah, I can create more of an angle this way, but if I'm relaxed, it's pretty much in line with the square itself. Little thicker. I think that'll work. Small U. Midsection was a bit too much. And essentially, the ring finger is the same size. It's just a hair shorter. And then the pinky, much shorter, much shorter. Mm. jazz hands. He's got jazz hands. Oh, shit. It's pretty close. Now, I'm going to look at a reference, an anime reference, and just see, like... Because I really don't particularly know how anime specifically draws a hand. Or what features within the palm they actually keep. So that would be something... That would really help out differentiating and actually, you know... Yeah. You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. Let's see here. It's not quite it. There are, of course, some lines. Not obviously, I can make this a little bit more detailed. So, like, there would be a line here. I already have the line that goes across there, and then, of course, we have the line right there. First joint, second joint. This one would be a little larger. And then this one's a little under. And the same concept here. There we go. I see some things where, like, they draw like a line right here. I just don't think... Let's see, let's blink off the cape. There we go. It's not too shabby. This is essentially the only thing that's like kind of getting me a little bit. And for some reason, finding the palm of an anime character apparently is hard to do. Maybe I'm just not typing the right thing. Let me just type in anime hand palm. There we go. Yeah. Not quite. Interesting concept. I don't know about that. And basically what I'm looking at is where, so instead of going right here and then essentially doing that, like it comes out, how this person has it drawn is like it comes out a little bit and then it's one of those. Okay. And as far as the pinky is concerned, Yeah, it's just kind of in its own little league there. It's either nothing is drawing there, and I bet, and then you know what? That's probably what I just need to do, is just leave it alone. Because if we look at the hands as they are right now, they're not too bad. Like those are okay hands. I'm satisfied with that. I'm fine. And there's going to be gloves on them anyways, so I might be putting a little too much detail into it, and I need to save myself from going crazy with drawing too much. So let's put back on his cape. There we go. Okay, so we have hand. I mean, we pretty much got this guy modeled up for the most part. I think the rough draft is good. I need to finish his sleeves, the inside of the sleeves, because again, I'm trying to, like, everything I've been learning about making a VTuber model, it's just like you have to draw everything, like everything that you've been doing as far as illustration. This is everything I do, right? Is illustration. I have to take that out of my head and be like, no, you can't. It wouldn't necessarily be called cutting a corner. It's more so like you have to make sure that it's there. Because if you're moving your hands, right, if I'm doing one of these, well, this sleeve here, if we take my hands away, right, the sleeve is unfinished. And not saying I'd cut my hand off on stream or anything, but if I turn my hand around, obviously the sleeve is going to follow. And if I only draw that sleeve like this, then when we get into rigging the model, that sleeve isn't going to be there. It's going to be a blank spot. So you have to draw it. Versus most other illustrations, I don't even have to worry about half of the stuff that I'm doing right now. Like making the entire shirt. Because if I plan to never get rid of my cape, then there's no point, like as far as an illustration is concerned, there's no point in drawing as much of the shirt as I have. But because I can change clothes as a VTuber model, then I would have to draw this shirt. So yeah, everything has to be drawn. And I think that right there, anybody who does VTuber modeling for a living, dear Lord, that's a lot of work. I understand now, like when I see like the prices for VTuber models, and you know, we're going through this, and yeah, I'm using the symmetrical tool, which we should be using, right? That's the whole point. That's one of the ease of uses to creating a VTuber model, is that we use the symmetry tool. That said though, we can't cut corners on anything. So if you have a more intricate design in mind, like this I would say is like in the middle. It's not simple, but it's also not over the top either. And this is requiring a lot of work, more than I would put into a normal illustration. And that speaks volumes. And when I see like a $300-$400 price tag for a VTuber model, I'm apt to believe it 100%. I mean, we're just in the drafting phase. We're not even final line art. We're not even into coloring. And coloring is even a whole other animal, because we have to create folders for the left side, the right side. We have to draw every single thing on its own separate layer. It's insane as far as what I've seen. So I don't know if I'm doing too much work or if I'm not doing enough. VTuber modeling is definitely hardcore. So it is very interesting to learn this. With all the research that I've done, I've watched like 10 or 12 YouTube videos on VTuber art, and I'm just like, wow, that's crazy. So I get the price tag, I understand, and then the rigging part of it, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to rig this thing. I have no idea. We'll get there when we get there. But yeah, I got a cool story for this guy though. Got a real cool story for him. So when people start asking questions or we start talking about it, I got all sorts of fun things. Now, the only thing I can think of from here is I need to add some buttons to the uniform, which would be asymmetrical though, so I'd have to get the symmetry tool off of one of the layers. That's his hair. Let's see here. What layer is the shirt on? That's the hat right there. Okay. So we're gonna take the symmetry tool off, and then we're gonna be making. Now here's a question: do I do clasps or do I do buttons? Obviously, I did like a little class system for the you know, the jacket, just kind of like, because this is like a double cape. So if you notice this line here, this is the top side of the cape, and then this is the bottom of it. And to hold the two capes together, there's a strap system, and it hooks into the back and stuff, which you're never going to see the back of this character. So that, luckily, I don't have to draw. Luckily, I don't have to draw that. But I try to make things believable, right? So when I'm looking at this character, I'm like, okay, you have a pretty extravagant like cape system here. How does it hook on? Does it just sit on your shoulders? Really, how it hooks on is the shirt. Let me use a red color. The shirt has a clasp system, and essentially this cape with the shoulders and everything hook onto it. So when you put it on, right, you're putting on the jacket and you're situating yourself, you'll essentially turn it forward a little bit, push it down, turn it back, and it clasps on. It will never fall off. I don't think artists, maybe, hey, I might put myself up in a little bit of a soapbox. I don't think a lot of artists think about how you actually put your clothes on. I think a lot of artists just throw a bunch of stuff on and be like, yeah, that thing's cool. I actually think about it. I think about, well, okay, yeah, this is like really extravagant and it's really cool. I think that the cape system is really nice. It adds weather protection. It's like a poncho. It's rainproof. Maybe it has a hoodie. I don't know. Okay, I don't know. But I think about how would this actually go on top of your uniform to make sense. Well, I made like I think I can actually show an example of an alternate version. Let's see here, Navy Captain uniform. Let me show an example here. Yes. This might not be the best example, but there we go. So, as you see here on the guy on the right, see the side there? Now, granted, that's for decoration, right? It's for rank and insignia and stuff like that. But when I was thinking about it, I'm like, well, you know what? If this was more integrated, if this had like an actual like fastener system and stuff like that, this could very well be strong enough. If it was built enough into the shoulder, it could handle a cape. And not just any cape though. Okay. A cape that actually has like some decoration or some heft to it. And so that's what I thought about when I was making the uniform. And then of course, you know, the fact that it's a double cape, I have the strap system here that will go around, and there's like a D-ring in the back. So the poncho, the rain portion of it, which is this portion here, this outside, the rain portion, it has a hole, a little slit in the back of it. And so the main cape has a D-ring that's right about here. And so these straps would essentially go in the back here and they hook up right there. And you can take it off if you want to. But again, this is stuff that I think about when I go into character design. How does your clothing function? And I think when I look at a lot of VTubers, And anime, and just characters in general. It doesn't even have to be a VTuber. Characters in general, I look at stuff and I'm like, how does that function? Because that doesn't make sense. But you would be surprised. I think anime in general, I think the artists that are behind anime do give this thought process to some degree. I really do believe they do. Even stuff as simple as Goku's weighted training gear, right? Like, he's wearing it all the time and it looks like normal clothes, but when he takes off his clothes, like, they fucking make craters in the ground because of how heavy they are. And then everyone's like, how heavy are your clothes? You know, like, stuff like that. And that's like the simplistic version of creating a functionality for clothing. So I definitely look at this. Now the hat has no other function other than being overly designed, over the top. This is part of the silhouette of my character, right? I don't have any hairstyle except for the one I just created, which is this hairstyle here. Let me take the hat off. So this is his hairstyle, right? With the hat on, obviously he's bald because he'd have to be in order for it to work. So, you know, that's his hairstyle when he takes off the hat. When he puts on the hat, though, this is what he looks like. And as far as his general silhouette, I think it's unique enough to where if this was a very well-known VTuber, people would know. People would be like, oh, that's Captain Zipsaw. That's Captain Zipsaw. Arr, 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 arr. So, I thought about adding, like, decoration, what do you want to call them, braids and stuff like that, but I don't think so. I don't know. I think he's already over the top as it is. So I don't think I need to do anything like that. Sometimes you just gotta say to yourself, keep it simple, stupid. Just keep it simple. Get that bot out of here. Get that bot out of here. You don't belong here, bat. But like I said, I'm also taking inspiration from One Piece. And if we look at a captain from One Piece, let's see here. Captain was a Marines, yeah, Marine captain. One Piece. I'm typing with one hand, okay? I'm sorry. Let's see here. Do we have... Yeah, here we go. But if you look right here, so this is Captain Jonathan. Very over the top, right? Like, he's got this whole suit going on. I think this is his first mate right here, and even he is differentiated from the other Marines that are around him. But that's kind of the idea, right? We want to go a little over the top, but this is still workable. I think the tassels here are a little bit much, but obviously that's a One Piece thing, right? That's how all the Marine captains are. If we look through, let's see if there's any other Marines. Obviously, like the collar, that's how I got that inspiration for my collar, was just kind of seeing how their collars are, and they're fairly large. I mean, I didn't make anything like this massive. I'm like, nah, I don't need to. But yeah, I definitely took some inspiration from One Piece, and I think I did okay, and toned it down. I took One Piece, but I toned it way down. My personal opinion. And as far as hats are concerned, I mean, they kind of have different variations of hats as well. So again, we are in the realm of like this works. Right now I'm just overviewing. Just take the step back. Take the step back from your artwork. Just take the step back. Look at the entire piece and am I satisfied? In the grand scheme of things, I think this would be an excellent VTuber model. I think the proportions are just fine. And anatomically wise, I think we nailed it. It's believable, but still fantasyful. So we still got fantasy and imagination. We have utility, functionality, but we are also a little over the top. And to me personally, I think this has every element of what an anime character, a main anime character, or I don't know if I'd go as far as like main, but like this character clearly would show up and everyone would be like, what's the story with this dude? Right? That's the idea, is not so much of having main character syndrome, but have notice and be like, this guy's got a story. This guy clearly is going to have like a season of the anime dedicated to this one character, or possibly a reoccurring character, right? That's the vibe that I get from this. Not so much a main character syndrome, but more so like this is someone that would be reoccurring. All right. So, oh man, the arduous task of now well, I think I need to put a buckle on his belt. Now that I'm looking at it, I think I need to put a buckle on his belt. Simple, very simple buckle. A very simple buckle. I just gotta find what layer there it is, the belt's on that layer. I think I'm gonna do a little bit more rectangular. Okay. I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. Carve out your shapes, man. Carve them out. You got a square? Don't make it a square. Cut out those corners. Cut out those corners. Those dirty, dirty little corners. Now the question is, do we put a little design on them? Simple. Just keep it simple. We could do like a floral design or some shit. I don't think we need to go that far with it. We could double layer it if we wanted to, but I think that's just adding too much detail. Again, it's just sometimes you just gotta know when to stop. I did the shoes on that layer? No, I didn't. Shoes are on its own layer. Yeah, because, you know, I could take my cape off, right? That's the whole thing, is taking the cape off. So this would be what he looked like, what he would look like without the cape. Obviously, the cape adds all sorts of extravagance. So like that's just like almost like a signature, right? Like he puts on the cape. Anybody who would see that cape and his hat would be like, oh man, it's Captain Zipsaw. But if he takes it off, you know, he can sit down and you know, still have a conversation and you know, take his hat off, and he'd have you know, his hairstyle. So this would be essentially like him in an office environment, right? He doesn't have to have his hat on, doesn't have to have his cape on. So this is essentially his, like, I'm sitting down and talking at the office type of deal. And then when he wants to go outside, puts his hat on, puts his cape on, and he has a presence. I think we fucking nailed it, dudes. Dudes and dudettes, I think we nailed it. I am happy. I did think about a design up here, because most Navy captains, or just like there's designs that are on the hats and stuff like that. I just don't know what I would put up there. We can draw. Let's see here. I don't want to really put it on. Let's see here. There we go. We can put it on this layer. Again, what would we put up here? I don't know. I think a trident would be kind of cool. We might need to use... Ooh, too thick. That'd be too thick, bro. Too thick. We need to make... I'm gonna look up like just some inspiration. Maybe I do add some curves to it. That one looks pretty sweet. It's pretty traditional. I guess that's kind of like how tridents are. Okay. I have an idea. Let's see if we can execute it. It's almost cool. It's almost cool. And there's not going to be any detail to it because it's supposed to be like a stamp, right? Like it's not meant, it's not like a focus per se. But that definitely added some personality to this hat, which is already like this hat, dude, this officer's hat is ridiculous. If you really think about it, like it does sit pretty high up off the head. And as far as like the side profile of this thing, it kind of goes like up like this, comes there, and then it will go back down. And then that's like the top portion, like this. And then there, that's the side profile of this hat, essentially. And so you have that design that's up there, and then this right here be something like that, and then this it's pretty cool. It's a pretty freaking cool hat. Let's see here, and then this would go back there, there, and there. Yeah, I think anybody would love to wear this hat. Like this is like, oh man, it's practically a freaking crown, right? That's really what this kind of is. And then of course the other one would be like right about there. So I mean, I already know what the side profile of the hat is. I don't know. As far as VTuber standards are concerned, I don't know how a hat would function because it is going to move with the head, right? So, but I don't see anybody really, I don't know. I have to do more research. But if I have to make a side profile for this hat, I have it, right? Like I got the side profile. Now, granted, this is kind of puffed a little bit there, right? And then you'd have this top part that's like right there. And that's why you get this, this cutoff that's right about there. Because this is like this own separate piece, and then this is like the comfort area. So that's why it's like a little bit of a pillow top. Yeah. And then you'd have this design that comes out right about there. And then the V, and it would come right about there. And then you'd have this S curve thing, and then it goes all the way back that way. And then you'd have your wreath. Your wreath would start right about there. I mean, it's actually kind of simple to draw. Like, this isn't like a difficult, too difficult of a hat to realize. So yeah, I don't see any issues with it whatsoever. It's a pretty sweet hat. Pretty sweet, pretty sweet. And then see, the trident would be... yeah, the trident side profile would be something like that. There you go. Oh no, he's gonna delete it all. Oh, you're crazy. You're a crazy man. Oh, you're just so crazy. Yes, absolutely I am. Crazy. Crazy. All right. Yep, I like that trident. That's a nice, very traditional looking trident. I think it fits pretty good. So now we gotta start the ridiculous part of this, which is creating a folder for everything. The good part about this is I can keep the same symmetry line. All I have to keep doing is, as you see here where it says copy, I just keep duplicating the same layer over and over again. I just draw something different on it. And what I'll do is I'll delete whatever it is that was on that previous layer, and then just draw and keep drawing. What this does for me is it keeps the same symmetry line, so I'll never ever have wonky off-center stuff. I'll always have the perfect center of my character at all times. So if you didn't know how to do that, that's how you do that. Just duplicate your layer, delete everything on that layer, but the symmetry line will stay just the same. There you go. Art lesson for the day. Art lesson for the day. Okay. No. I'm going to create a folder for all of what I just worked on. I'm going to call it the draft folder. Draft. And then we're going to shove everything inside there. Everything. Damn it. Damn it. P.S. There we go. That way we can clean it all up. It's nice and clean. Nice and clean and fancy free. That's just the way I like it. Alright, so we got the draft done. I think this is a success so far. This would be, I think anybody would, again, obviously this is for myself at this point in time, but anybody would be interested in this VTuber model. So now comes the line art. the final line art. You could say, well, why don't you just color black all over top of it? That would be kind of cool to do, but I have to have, from what I understand, again, this is the first time I've ever attempted a VTuber model. From what I understand, every single subject, every single object requires its own layer of line art with color that's involved with it. Example. So, eyeball, right? I'm gonna make a red color real quick here. So this this eyeball here, the line art for the eye, its own layer. The eyelid, its own layer. This little eyebrow mark, its own layer. The iris itself, its own layer. The retina, its own layer. The under eye, its own layer. The color for the eye and the back of the eye and the eye color and the iris, or the retina color, the iris color. All of what I just made a mark of requires its own separate layer. And then, of course, the mouths, all the mouths have to be different, like, you know, open, shut, halfway closed, teeth, no teeth, tongue. You know, you'd have to have like a plethora of different mouths that you want to select. And so that's just the left eyeball. So that's left eyeball, and I'd have to label it in my folders over here. And then I'd have to do the same thing with this, but label it the right eyeball. Luckily, since this is a symmetry tool, I should be able to just duplicate what I did over here, over there, so long as it makes sense to do so, and then just label it right and left. And basically all I would be doing would be taking this, let's see here, there you go, and just do a mirror image, right? That's all I'm doing. So I'd take the eyeball on the left, if I did all the layers, all of the line art, all of the color, and it's all done, right? It's all done in one layer. I would circle it, like with this R, and then just mirror it. And it should be the right eyeball. In theory. In theory. Oh boy. We'll see. We'll see. But that's what I was trying to get at, though. Like, there's just a lot. There's a lot to be involved with the line art itself. So we are going to just basically work top down and essentially just start mapping out the hat. And like I said, if I ever get someone that does rigging in chat, or they watch the video later, or I might reach out to someone that rigs, and I will send them, like, or maybe I'll do like a private video or something like that and be like, hey, did I make this right? Because if I plan to send this to someone that does rigging for VTubers, then I don't want to create more work for them, because I know that's going to cost more for me. But I want to try and keep my costs down, and I'm already saving like $300 by just drawing this myself. I am paying myself in the form of artwork. So I understand the price points of these. I really do. But I am going to attempt to rig and do rigging for this. I just don't suspect that I'm going to get very far. I really don't. Not saying that I am toning down or belittling my ability to learn and anything like that. I think I can do it. It's just a time thing. And I just don't think, with the amount of technicality that is involved with making a good VTuber model, I don't know if I'm truly going to have the ability to do it, as far as time is concerned. And I would probably rather spend the... I've seen prices from $150 to $600-700 for rigging. I really need to do like some research on some individuals and be like, all right, I like how you've rigged up your VTuber. How much do you charge? And I think if I could stay between $350 to $500, I think that's fair. I think I should be able to get someone that could decently rig up a VTuber model. But I gotta make it and make it right. That's what I'm afraid of. Okay, so let us go ahead and duplicate this layer. We're gonna take it out of the draft folder, so it is no longer part of the draft. And again, like I said, the reason why I'm doing this though is because I want to keep the same line of symmetry, so I don't have to keep drawing that line of symmetry over and over and be, you know, a degree off and then everything gets thrown off. Just duplicate the layer and then delete everything that's on that layer. So I'm going to circle this whole thing because I have no idea what's on it and just delete it. So in theory, if I click off the draft, see, there's nothing there. It's all gone. It's all gone. See you later, alligator. It's all gone. All right. Let's watch a YouTube video together, huh? You want to watch a YouTube video together? Let's do it. I'm going to be curious. The only reason why I'm doing this is I want to know. So let's click off the music. Let's bring up YouTube. I want to know how to draw a VTuber, how to model a VTuber hat. Maybe accessories. Maybe I need no accessories. I have to use one hand because I got all this shit in front of me, so it's gonna be slow. I apologize. And of course, I'm gonna credit the video and everyone as far as that's concerned. I'm gonna put a link to their video in the message box so that way you all can like, comment, and subscribe whoever I decide to click on and learn from. Let's see here. So how to draw VTuber hat. I seen something else. I seen assets. Maybe assets. Let's take a look. VTuber. Get out of here. Get out of here. So like, yeah, so you like her little hat thing going on? That thing is wild. Okay. Don't do this. 3 things I wish I knew before designing my VTuber. I'll find out for myself, okay? I'll find out for myself. Setup guide. I don't need that. I need someone with a hat. Oh, she's got a hat. Split asset layers. Dropped a new update featuring split VTuber studio asset items and a new asset control panel. This might be something. It's 3 minutes long. Okay, so first things first. Let's open it up.
Like this.
Whoa, whoa, hold on, girl. Woo, slow down. Slow down. Okay, first and foremost, since I decided to click on this video, we're going to subscribe, we're going to like it, and then I am going to post this in chat, even though I don't really have anybody in there, but there you go. There it is, help in chat. So if you want to watch this video too, you can do so. And I encourage you to watch the video, like, comment, and subscribe to Miss Nasei. So let's see what she has to say here. Let's turn up the volume a little bit.
VTube Studio had an update. Let me show you.
Show me.
Step 1, you find an item like this. Step 2, you click once on the item and you hold. You'll get this new menu. First, I click on back section goes here. Then this new little window opens. This basically tells you.
Okay, so I already can see right now that essentially she's explaining that these items already exist in a particular format. And so essentially you are just picking this asset and placing it on wherever it belongs on your body, it seems like the halo that she just picked. We'll continue forward though.
How far back do you want to place this item? Remember to show it behind. It also has to be behind. So right now, this is front, this is back. That is front, this is back. So for me, I will place it all the way here, and I click done. Then I click front section goes here. I click front. I decide to be above everything else. And that's it. This is how to make your asset be in front and behind your model.
That's interesting.
The only thing that wouldn't work is a PNG image or a JPEG. Because
okay, so I'm just going to go through the rest of it. It's not answering the question I want, which is, by the way, good stuff. Again, like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. I think as far as her brief explanation over an asset that's available in some platform, again, I'm not familiar with it at all. Maybe somebody that watches this is, but it's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for, how do I actually draw an asset for my VTuber? This is a full process video. Okay, so that's actually the whole rigging part. Like I said, so like just taking each individual layer, I mean, it's a lot. What I'm interested in is the hat. Which is this right here. All right. We are going to watch this video. So, VTuber making full process video live 2D. Okay. 2 years ago. Hey, still relevant. Looks like it's still relevant. So, first and foremost, before we get started in this, show me, subscribe, like the stuff. Since we are watching this video, I'm going to throw that in there too. There you go. Give credit where credit is due. We're all in the same boat. We're on the same planet, right? We're all trying to make it. Ooh, they even got chapters, which is nice. Look at that. They have a chapter for hat. I'm going to put a little comment in here. Thank you for the chapters. This is awesome. Bam. Help them out. Or her, him, her, him. I don't know yet. Them. There you go. Inclusivity, right? Inclusivity. Let's go ahead and skip to that hat chapter, because, again, that's all I want to know. That's all I'm ready for at this point. So let's go here. And play. Thank you. Whoa. Oh, okay. So, the first thing that I notice is, yes, they drew the inside of the hat, essentially. So they made a hat, like you would wear it. So there's a backside to this hat. The intergalactic inside of that hat continues through the whole thing. It doesn't get cut off anywhere. So that head is completely separate from the hat. So while I'm drawing my hat, I have to make sure that I do draw in basically the inside of it from what I'm seeing. So let's continue and see what else happens. All right, so he's making it move with the head. I see that where that gets cut off right there. So I'm going to assume he's going to make the inside of that hat move with that brim of the hat. Luckily, I shouldn't really have this issue. But, you know, nodding down, that's a thing, so the whole hat has to nod down with me. So I'm going to be curious how they do the top. What a process. Oh my god. I mean, again, I might be able to do this, but it's just a matter of, like, as you see, they're matching up their sides, they're matching up all that stuff, so that way it keeps moving. I like the whole thing where, like, that starry side, the starry inside, like, stays put. That's interesting. I like that. I think I noticed something. When the character moves its head up, right? So you're looking up, and the brim of the hat goes up, right? The starry stuff is behind that brim. That's if you see, like, it's toned down, right? It's folded down, but when he looks up, it goes up, right? The stars are still behind that, I think, is what I've seen there. Let's rewind a little bit. Yeah, so so this whole star section is covered by the brim of this hat. And so when they look up, the brim will move up, but the stars will still be visible. Okay. Yeah, so looking down, of course, creates, where it covers more. Yeah, see, it covers more of the stars, but when he looks up, it uncovers more of the stars. So again, if you draw a hat, you gotta draw the hat. Got them those tails are just a wagon, man. Just a wagon. Unless you have, like, the stars twinkle or something. That's cool. Oh no, he's making the, okay, so he's making the galaxy actually move with the hat. Okay. Okay. I bet you I know what he did. Is, so he probably has, like, a big square, like, a big square that starts probably right about here, goes down, up, and around the whole thing, and it's a galaxy. So that way he doesn't have to worry about coloring a part that wouldn't show. It makes sense to do that. And I knew this too, as far as making a VTuber model, that I have to color essentially outside of the lines. I have to make things longer, larger than what's necessary, because when, this is the prime example, when I tilt my head up, my neck, I need to make more neck. So a normal anime character, I just have to worry about whatever you see. But, so I hold my neck like this, right? But when I look up, look how much more neck is showing. So this would be a blank spot on my VTuber model. So I have to actually color more neck, so if my VTuber model looks up, you have a neck. I get it. Well, now he's working on the actual, like, cap part of it. Interesting. Oh, so his ears also share the galaxy. Okay. So what I'm learning from this is that, so whatever movements you have already conducted yourself with on the hat brim, essentially you are attaching. So let's say I'm looking down, right? So my hat brim is down like this, but my top is still up here. But I want it to face downwards with my cap, so it's like it's moving in the same direction. I have to essentially make attachment points for that, for the sections of the hat that are going to be moving, and put them and move them in the same direction as the brim of the hat. I didn't see him mess with the belt though, so that gives me a little bit of hope that I don't have to individually move like the little spikes and stuff that's on my cap. Because as you notice, he's like really distorting the belts. Like they're getting super distorted. He seems to be fixing that though. And really, from what I'm seeing with this whole process is like, you're just fixing mistakes, right? That's all I'm seeing is like, okay, I got the brim of my hat to move in the direction that I want to go. It's lining up with the galaxy, so it's fine. And so if I look up, look down, look over, look right, whatever, it's moving in the direction I want. So now, since the top of my hat doesn't move, whatever direction I want to look, I got to make sure that my hat brim follows it and that it doesn't clip through the brim of my hat. I got it. I find it interesting. Oh no! See, right here, where the here, let me move the chat box. I think I can move the chat box. I don't know. There we go. Dang it! Chat box, please. Thank you. You see right here where it's disconnected. I'm going to be interested to know why that is. Why you chose that section to move. I guess because it is the point of the cap and it is moving in a different direction, that maybe it makes sense to have it have a different physics model than the rest of the cap. Presumption at this point in time. Move chat back. There we go. Okay, let's continue. What the hell was that? It must be the fluff of his ear. So certain sections he wants his ear to not be visible, I guess. Which I guess would make sense because the brim of the cap would be covering it, I suppose. Okay, now we're working on the tip, it looks like. No. Yes. Yes. Yes, we are. That's crazy. The amount of dots that I'm looking at is pretty ridiculous. Really good, though. It looks really good. Fantastic job. Oh yeah, I forgot about his freaking decorations. Oh, that's so cool. A swing mechanic? Now that's fucking cool. So I wonder if in the program itself of Live 2D that there's like a swing mechanic. It seems like there is, because it completely behaves 100% different, and there is different grids that I'm looking at here. So I believe that there is some sort of like primitive physics model that's in this, that if you put it to certain joints and stuff like that, it'll bounce and swing. Really cool stuff. It's gonna make the liquid too? Oh, that's crazy, dude. Now that's just going too far. That's going too far, man. That's ridiculous. Come on. That's ridiculous. And here's the thing, I mean, obviously his character is moving really fast, so obviously, and he even has like liquid on the top too. Dude, this is cool. But yeah, so basically when he's moving his head, the freaking liquid in the stars and the moons and stuff are moving. Wow. That is so cool. That is very cool. Okay, I think we moved past the... Okay, so we're past the hat now. I believe I have learned what I want to learn, but again, the video is put into the chat. Wow. I think even by just watching this, I'm already learning a little bit more about Live 2D. Clearly, everything I'm looking at right now, I only have an inkling of what this means. Yeah, this process here is what I need. I wonder if there's like a school I can take, because literally I think it would require some sort of schooling of some sort to do this. I don't know. I know there's a free version of Live 2D before you activate the full version, and so therefore you can mess around with limited things and I guess get the feel for it. And I think once I'm at that stage where I feel like I might be at that stage, then I'm going to mess with that free version and see if like, okay, you know what? I'm getting it, man. I'm getting it. And just maybe go for because it gives you, I think it's like 42 days, which is a lot of time for most people. Not a lot of time for me. So hopefully, in that 42 days, I'll be able to actually rig up the VTuber model. Maybe. We'll see. But yeah, again, make sure to like, comment, subscribe. Yeah, so I did thank you for the chapters and stuff, but this is great. Only got 12.3k subscribers. Now, Shiromi, as far as that concerned, I mean, I'm looking at their profile picture, right? So that's 4 months. 4 months. 4 months. Oh, God. And I'm sure this is their life, right? Like, this is what they do. 4 months. Oh, God. So let's just take this into perspective. If this is their full-time job, which is rigging up VTuber models, which I would hire them in an instant. I think they would be great. I would like to see like a full thing, right? Like a full character that they've done. But needless to say, what I'm trying to get at though is if it takes this person 4 months to do a phenomenal job, it's going to take me 4 years. Legit, it's going to take me 4 years. Let's see if they got like a short of like, let's see here. Let's look at the VTuber expressions real quick.
Decided to make animated
Oh, okay,
face
it
for
was
my
stuck.
new Vtuber, and this is what I got.
Gotta run, but thanks for watching what I put out, though it's not a ton. Excuse me, sorry, tie hen. Time to say goodbye again. Promise it's a matter of time.
Okay.
Decided to make a cheek cuff for my
You can choose to raid
All
the
right,
caravan.
let's go back out of this. Okay. My bad. I was just really curious. I wanted to kind of like see a finished product of theirs. Obviously, I'm sure if I were to watch like one of their actual videos, I could see their full thing. But I'm not really in that stage just yet, so we're gonna go back to you, boob. Hey, boo boo. And we're gonna put that back over on Chong. Okay. So from what I gathered, the line art is okay. Right? The line art is fine because it can be moved. The color, that's the potential issue. Okay. Okay. So, I'm going to make a new folder. And we're just going to do hat. Yep. Yeah, we're just going to do that. Okay. Drop it. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Let's do like 35% because this is already kind of light. Okay. 35%. I'm going to put some tunes back on. Go back to Carl Casey.
Like a good neighbor,
State Farm is there.
There? I was gonna say that.
State Farm is there, baby.
Taking the
Like
time
a
to
good
savor
neighbor.
Thomas's crunchy yet soft
Stay
flavors.
over there.
Thanks, Tom.
It's Tom, actually.
Skip. All right. We're back at it. So yeah, good learning experience. Whoa. In the Matrix, bro. How did you get over here? How did that happen? Get over there. What's wrong with you? You don't need to be in the spotlight, okay? You don't need to be in the spotlight. You're crazy. All right, let's turn this down just a little bit more. 36 seems pretty decent, I guess. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So. All right, here we go. It's like getting a tattoo. Now I want to do, I still want to do like a Zenless Zone Zero style, and where the outside rim is the thickest line art, but I don't know if I can actually do that. I don't know if I can do that or not. Now, the easier thing I could do with this, of course, is to make sure that it's equal, is to do this. And then essentially from here, you know, it'd be a thinner line. So Lot of trial and error. Lot of trial and error. This technically would be it for this line art. For this section of the hat. So I'm going to name it what would I name it? Middle section. Oops. I'm also forgetting something. Apparently you can't have any spaces, so everything has to be like an underscore. So middle section large. Middle section large. Okay. Duplicate this layer again. Whoop, and delete. So it should be just that. That's correct. Okay. Next is going to be this, which is going to require its own line art. For some reason, I felt like it got like thicker. Interesting. Okay. And so that will be middle section crest. Middle section crest. So we got that. We got this. Which, in the reality of things, I'm going to have to shave it down a little bit. There we go. Okay. Like under normal circumstances, as far as a normal illustration is concerned, you would never do this, right? A normal illustration art piece would be, if I seen that this crest right here, I would just simply draw it. I wouldn't worry about going and making its own separate line art at the top like I did. But because I'm so unsure about how the rigging process really truly works, and if this part, obviously this part has to move, right? If I want it to move down, side to side, whatever, you know, it has to move. And so it, in my personal opinion, from what I've seen with the video we just watched, it absolutely needs its own line art. And then its own color too. Like, so, and if I were to color this, just as an example, let's just say I want to make yellow, right? I want it to be yellow. That's not the best way to do this. Rectangle, fill color. I'd probably do something like this. And so essentially, if this crest moves downwards, if the crest moves to the side or to the other side, that yellow color is going to be there. This also begs the question, of course, of shading. More videos on how you actually color these things, because I understand you have to have overlap, especially for parts that move a lot. So this is what's going through my head, but this might not be the right execution. Okay. All right, so we're gonna blink both of these off. Oh my goodness. Duplicate the layer. And then we're gonna delete that right there. Yes. And we are on the middle section placard. I'm gonna call it placard. I got the yellow still. Okay, middle section. Placard. There you go. All right, so we have the main crest, middle section large, middle section crest, middle section placard. And now we're gonna do the trident. So duplicate the layer. Duplicate it, man. And of course, delete that whole thing there. Oh my goodness. There we go. And then we're gonna do trident. Large, crest, placard, trident. Again, I have no idea if, like, you know, I'm doing too much, right? Or if I'm not doing enough. Like, that's the thing, right? Okay, that should line up. It kind of lines up. What about that? Does that line up better? I'd say it does. It's okay. Let's do this. There we go. Perfect. NRA! What up? Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Glad to have you here. Glad to have you here. So, just go up like this. I used mostly a straight line tool for this guy, as far as the trident is concerned. So I just hold that shift key down, and we're good to go. All right. Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. Now this was hand drawn, so this part here I'm most certainly let's dip ourselves down to 2. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so this was all hand drawn. Woo! I couldn't have done that even better if I tried. I practically followed that to a T. Oh man, that was pretty good. Let's see here. It's a little skinnier at the top. I think I might like that actually a little better too. We can get rid of that now. And let's see here. Whoop. Man, it's almost like I know how to draw. It's crazy. All right, cool. So that's the trident. So we got trident, the placard, the crest, and the large middle section. Now, again, I don't know, because I want to kind of do a Zenless Zone 0 style line art, where the line art is the thickest on the outside of the character, and on the inside, it's the thinnest. I have no idea in the terms of a VTuber if this will translate well. So I don't know if I've even seen any other VTubers with a thick line art style. Hey, there's a first for everything, right? There's a first for everything. Okay, so that is the middle section complete. Trident, placard, crest, and the middle section itself. Okay. So I'm going to make another folder, and I'm going to call it hat middle section, or hat middle. Yeah, I think it's interesting too. I really like Hoyoverse's art style a lot. I really do. And so having a ZZZ kind of, so like this is like the character, so I'm zooming out a little bit here. So this is the VTuber himself, and it's simplistic in some aspects, but it does have some design, some uniqueness, if you will. But again, so like I'll open up a, let's see, a recent, I think I have a recent picture. Maybe I don't. Let's see here. Let me look for it real quick. That's Ambi Lilith concept. There we go. Lilith concept. Yeah, so this was my concept for a character in Zenless Zone 0. I looked at their artwork. I researched it a lot. And I seen where they make the thicker, the very last, basically the border of the character, the line art is the thickest, and then on the inside is the thinnest line art. So I think that's something I can definitely implement. And so I'm just going to see if it works. I don't know. I have no idea. I'd have to talk to somebody who does rigging to be like, would a thicker line art on the outside of a character be okay to use? Worst case scenario, I got to go back through and redraw the thick parts. What was I gonna say? Hat middle? Yeah, hat underscore middle. Okay. So we're gonna put all of these in there, and then this goes inside the hat. Okay. And another thing is, like, the VTubers that I was watching videos on, you know, they were saying things along the line of, it's not going to be unusual for you to have 100 layers, which for me is like, that's crazy. Like, I don't really work with that many layers. I work with maybe 20 at the most, right? And most of those layers are color. My line art is solid. like the picture of Lilith that I showed you, that's one line art. Like I don't have any color on her or anything like that, but my layers come from coloring. And so the fact that I'm gonna have 100 layers of line art plus colors and stuff, that's like that's a little daunting to think about. it's a little daunting to think about. So that is the middle of the hat done. Okay, simple enough. I do like the fact that we are taking things by section. I've never sectioned my art off like this either. Okay, let's keep going. Oh. Can't make new layers. Gotta duplicate layers. So I'm gonna duplicate this layer here. Duplicate! And then we're gonna stick it outside of the middle section there. And I'm gonna say that, so that's middle section, what would this be? I don't know what this would be called. Hat top. Topper. I'm gonna call it topper. Topper? Yes. Topper. And so we're gonna blink off that. We're going to I think I can just delete it, right? Yeah, just delete that. And now essentially we have to draw. Now this is something I learned, right, with VTubing and all this other fun stuff. We have to go through the objects in order to create a line of continuity. That's a big word. I said it just fine too. Continuity. Because when the VTuber turns their head to the side, right? Well, if I don't draw this line all the way through, then it doesn't exist. So that's something that I need to pay attention to. So how would that actually look? Also saying this, if this is supposed to be the outside, again, a Zenless Zone 0 style of line art, then that line I just drew actually needs to be thick. It needs to be thicker. Yeah, I think so. I think so. Let's go to a size 5. Let's see if we can do this in one swoop. Oof. 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 Did we do it? I think we did it. Okay. Yes. I feel like that is what we need to do. So again, if this crest turns in either direction, right? Which means that there's going to be a sense of rotation. I don't care how big your sale is. I don't care. There's going to be a sense of rotation, right? So therefore, that line needs to be there. Personal opinion. Okay. It's so awkward to section out stuff. It doesn't feel right. It does not feel right whatsoever. And the reason why I'm keeping the hat middle on is because I need to match up with this curvature as best as possible, because it all sits on that same point. And I didn't realize how many objects essentially are sitting at one point. I mean, we have the trident, the placard, and the middle section sitting right there on that line. And now I'm about ready to draw a fourth object that goes through it as well. Crazy. I might have... That's not too bad. There we go. There, we're good. We're good. That was good. I will accept that. I will accept that all day. So that is the topper. And obviously now we have these, I don't really want to call them, tendrils, spikes. We have those that we need to contend with. So there's that. Okay, so the topper, I don't know if do we put these spikes in the same folder as the topper and name them topper spikes? That might be something that we do there. I think so. They're in the same plane of existence, so I think we're going to do that. So we got topper, and then we're going to duplicate that layer and name it topper spikes. Ugh. Itchy eyeballs. Fortune telling, lucky charms. Here we go. Let's delete that. Get it out of here. Get out of here. You don't belong here. And then we're just gonna go through here and well, yeah, we're gonna have to blink it off because we need to draw this curve. Doesn't match up. It's kind of close, kind of close, kind of close. We might actually keep it. Beautiful. Oh, it's beautiful. It's so good. I'm telling you, if there's anything you need to learn with art, if it's anything you need to learn with art, learn line art. And if you haven't watched how to learn how to do line art video, I have that. Just go and watch that after the stream. It's a pretty good comprehensive guide. You know, that's like my very first how-to video, so it might not be the best, but I try not to cut any corners. I think that's something that a lot of how-to artists on YouTube, they cut corners or they use custom brushes and they don't go into the detail of how to set everything up, and I'm not going to do that to you. I'm going to tell you exactly what tools, what settings, all the stuff that you need to know on how to do exactly what I'm doing. So, yeah, I'm trying. You know, that's just me. All right, now I got to do this line here. This is going to be interesting. The fun part about going over your own line work, right, is because you made the line art, so it shouldn't be too much different than what you've done already. Going back through it again. So, the other thing I'm thinking about too is I do need to make the lines thicker up here though. So that'll work. Absolutely, that'll work. Boop. Ah! That's not the button I wanted, you crazy? Okay, there we go. Perfect. Perfect. Kind of perfect. It could use a little touch up right there. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. Good stuff, good stuff. And then we will go back over it and thicken up the lines once we're done doing this. In fact, I need to drop myself back down to a 2. I'm going to be pressing pretty hard to do this. Do I want to do this in different sections? Did I do it in different sections? I probably have. I can see where I think I did this one line like this, and then I continued forward. Yeah. That'll work. That'll work. Boop. Beautiful. You are so beautiful to me. Alright, so if we bring the topper back out, that's where we're sitting right there. Okay. And then we're gonna thicken. The only unfortunate part about using the eraser tool with a symmetrical line is it doesn't erase both sides for you. Maybe there's a setting for that. I don't know it though. Maybe there's a setting for it. But for the most part, if you do erase something on one side of your symmetrical line, you're going to have to do the same thing on the other side. The workaround for this is using the lasso tool. And if you notice, maybe chat's in the way, but if you notice the it'll draw a square, it'll draw the same thing on the other side of the symmetrical line. So that's how I typically erase, and I get the same on the other side. Let's see here. NRA, I am really bad at art subject, but I would like to know how to draw too. Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, the line art video that I made, I think it's a good starting point. That's why I made it. It's my very first, it's one of the first videos I've made. So I think it's a good place to start. I did a follow along lesson. So if you got an art tablet or even a sketchbook, you can do the same thing. You follow along. And again, you should have your tools and settings already set up because I help you set those things up. And then at the very end of the lesson, I basically help you sketch out a few different sketches, and then I leave it up to you to finish the line art. So, I try to be a good teacher. I try. If I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna try and do it right. And your lasso tool, as you see here, your lasso tool, it is one of the best tools you will ever have at your disposal. You can just do anything and everything with the lasso tool, and it just makes your life so much easier. I think this, it might be a little, I don't know, that seems fine, but I think it's bulging out just a bit. Let's see if we can sharpen that up a bit. I think that's better. Yes. Yes, yes. Okay, so that is the spikes for the topper. And essentially the topper is done. So I'm going to make a little folder for that. And we're just going to call it topper. Topper. Fantastic. Take both these bad boys right there, throw it in that folder. And we're still in the hat folder, so basically everything in the hat folder, as you see down here on the lower right, if I open it up, now I have topper and all the layers for the line art for the topper, and the hat middle, all the layers for the hat middle. From what I understand, that's what we're supposed to be doing for a VTuber. That is what I understand. First time ever attempting a VTuber. Let's see here. NRA says, seems fun. Maybe one day I might finish the sketch and send it to you. Absolutely. I have a link to my Instagram on all my platforms. So, whatever you do, just go to my Instagram, private message me with your sketches. And and this goes to everybody too. If you make fan art or of something, I don't have any idea what the hell you'd make fan art with as far as like anything that I do, because I haven't done much for you as far as that's concerned. But needless to say, if you do any of my art lessons, I will always do like a follow along, and after you're done with your follow along with my art lessons, I would love to see them, and I'm going to feature them on future YouTube videos, so that way everyone can see kind of like, you know, what what everyone's doing and how everyone's doing with their line art, their colors, their perspectives, their anatomy, their everything. Because I plan to go over it all. All right, so next subject in the hat is going to be the midsection. So we got quite a bit going on in the midsection. We got quite a bit going on in the midsection. So we're going to duplicate, baby. Midsection. Mid. Do I do underscore? Mid underscore section? Sure. Sure. Why not? And then we'll make a folder for it called, you guessed it, midsection. Boop. Okay. Good stuff, good stuff. Okay. So we're gonna have to get rid of the topper. Let's see here. Let's see, what do we got going on here? Oh, we have to do middle and topper? Yes. Where did the spikes? Oh, duh. I'm like, why are the spikes still here? It's because I haven't deleted them yet. Silly me. Delete. Okay. Because the midsection shares the same freaking line right there. Dear Lord, I've never thought in my entire life I'd be redrawing a line like 5 or 16 times. Sheesh. You want a line art lesson? Try VTubers. Dear Lord. Again, I might be doing way too much work. I might be. But I don't know. Like, I feel like this is okay. Worst case scenario, the rigger that gets a hold of this can, you know, maybe like merge the layers and be like, dude, you sent me way too much line art. I'm gonna merge all this down for you and you're good to go. I'll be like, oh, thanks, I appreciate that. I would rather have that scenario than the scenario of you didn't do enough, because that means I'm gonna have to go back through and do more work. I'm kind of the person that do the work now so you don't have to do the work later. So if I'm doing too much now, worst case scenario, I just gotta merge some line art. That takes zero time to do. So that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. It's inexperience, and I want to make sure I do enough work, or possibly even more than enough work. I don't have to do this again. So let's just see what we got going on so far. I mean, that's what we got going on. Okay. This right here, I'm noticing. Yeah, that right there needs to be. And believe me, since I'm so apt with line art, I absolutely will catch those pixels. I am such a just like OCD with line art. So I will absolutely catch those pixels. Like, hey, get back in line. What's wrong with you? Okay. Okay, let's blink that off, blink that off. Let's work on the midsection. Okay. So the midsection main part isn't too bad per se. So we got this line here, which would be a thick line. And then so close. Let's drop it down to a 2. I'm gonna keep it, and I'm just gonna erase it to make it right. Beautiful. Now does that line up? Oh, it's off by like a smidge. Okay. This is probably best practice right here, is just to go ahead and admit defeat and just redo it. I'm going to color this in though, which is weird to say, but that way the lines actually meet each other. Okay. Oh. No, I gotta zoom out. Rotate, zoom out. Too far off. Close, no cigar. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it all day. All day, baby. All day. Okay. Getting groovy with it. I love me some good synthwave. Okay. Now we're gonna duplicate the layer. Delete everything on it. Good deal. I no longer believe I need the topper and middle anymore, which is good. Now we are going to do midsection clips. Midsection clips. Yes. This should be a fairly easy one. And you're asking yourself, my goodness, man, how you drawing such straight lines? Magic like that. Magic, baby, magic. Let's redo that. And then we got yes, that'll work. All right, those are the clips. Fantastic. Duplicate. And now we're gonna do I'm supposing we're gonna do the actual strips. Clips and strips. Strips. Okay. Boop. I'm thinking maybe I won't need the thick line for this, since these strips are going to have a thick line like that. And so since they're going to move, and we watched that hat video, since they're going to move that way, I don't think I'm going to need that line like that. I'm still going to need a line, I believe, but not a thick one. Thinking, pondering. The thought process that I'm having, maybe it'll be better if I talk it out. It's the same thing, right? It's the same thing over again, which is if I turn my head this way, it should disappear, right? This should disappear. However, this over here is going to shift, and there should be more of it, right? Like this goes off that way. And from what I've seen from live 2D, you can stretch stuff. You can stretch lines, you can stretch all sorts of things. So I am going to be under the belief that I do not need to make a thick line art. Okay. I'm going to do it. So I'm going to go back to our first thing here, yes. But before I do it though, I'm going to make the strips first. Okay. Okay. Let's make the strips, baby. It's a little too far out. There we go. Okay, so that's that. Switch to a 2. Flip this around. Beautiful. Beautiful. No, that was not beautiful. That was not tasty. It's fine though. We'll fix it. Yes. Okay, so the strips are going to look like that. The question is, do I do any redesigning while I'm doing this? Probably not. I'm usually pretty rock solid on my design once I get to this step. I like that. That'll work, that'll work. And the lines match up. Oh my goodness gracious. All right, now that I got the strips on there, let's go ahead and go back to that midsection. We're going to lasso this up right here. Delete it. It's fine. And then we're going to do a small line art, small. Just enough to where like these are no longer a thing. And so when we do our coloring and stuff like that, we'll be good. Come down here, microphone. What are you doing up there? There we go. Fantastic. All right. That's fine. All right, so this should be like that, which then goes on to that, which then goes on to that. That is some thick line art. My goodness, do I like him thick. Okay, so, whoa, that's my draft layer. Draft is gone. You're gone, baby, you're gone. All right, don't need that, don't need that. That was midsection clips and strips. I'm not done with the strips yet because I still need to draw the lines inside of them. Make sure I'm on the right layer. Yes, I am. Beautiful. I do have a little bit of overlap, that's fine. Let's go through and erase it. Just like so, just like so. That wasn't good. That was good. The bottom one I'm not satisfied with. Still not right. That'll work. That'll work. That'll work. All right, so that's the strips there. Fantastic. Duplicate the layer. Love duplicating. So much fun. I'm multiplying, Doc. I'm multiplying. All right, so this is going to be upper diamond. Upper diamond. Okay. This should be a pretty straightforward one. This doesn't require any crazy line art as far as that's concerned. There we go. That's it for that one. And we're gonna do upper V. Upper V. Same concept. That should be the midsection done. Throw that in the midsection. So, at middle, topper, midsection. Spicy. I've been streaming for so long. 3 hours and 15 minutes. My goodness. My goodness gracious. Okay. So now we're gonna do the bill. The bill, baby. All right. Duplicate. Send it out of there. You don't belong there no more. We have special plans for you. All right. Bill. And then Bill. Bill. Only a little bit of this bill is actually going to be a thick line art, which is going to be this little section right here, essentially. That's going to be the thick line art, because once it meets up with the hair will be the thick line art. Now the question, of course, is how much of an angle of approach will that thick line art have when we have to deal with rotation, right? So when I turn my head to the side or something like that, will this bill, I don't think more of it will be exposed or anything, but we'll have to see. We'll leave it small for now, and if we do have to just increase the line size down the road, easy fix. Again, all I want is easy fixes. I do not want to have to go back through and redraw everything. That is not on the itinerary. Again, I want a someone who rigs up VTubers to say to me, "You did too much," and I'll be like, "Thank God." Thank God I did too much. Ooh, that was way off. Beautiful. It's so good. It's so satisfying when you make that one line and it just meets up, man. It feels so good to do that. And it's like, man, I couldn't even do it better if I tried. I don't really try either. I focus on that line. That's something maybe I could teach you. Just focus on the line and just worry about making that stroke. And that's all that matters. And just don't think about it. I don't think about it. I just do it. Just do it. All right. So if I remember correctly, yes. So we'll have to redraw. On top of this line here. So we are, let's see, where are we starting from? Right there. Okay. Nope. Good. We're done. We're done with that. Yes. Yes. All right. Cool. The hat is coming along fantastically. Fantastic. All right, that's the bill, and all we have left on the bill is just the wreath. So we're gonna duplicate the layer. Bill underscore I believe that's how you spell wreath. It's not how you spell Bill. Okay. So, I did not finish the bill because I remember what I said. I was going to do a little bit of a thick line art. It should be like that. Yes. There we go. Yes, that is it. I'm really a sucker for Hoyo versus ZZZ. I really am. Like, the character designs of that game has really inspired me. And then I researched the crap. I researched the crap out of their art. And obviously it's not like I can have a Hoyoverse artist come up to me and be like, oh yeah, this is how we did all that. That's never going to happen. So, you know, when you want to learn an art style, which of course I'm going to be making a video about character design, development, research, and concept, you know, that's something that you'll want to do and learn how to do, and I'm going to teach you eventually. I got a lot of things on my plate, and unfortunately this isn't my full-time thing. I wish it was. I really wish it was, because this is my passion. But that being said, it will happen. So just stay tuned. Like, comment, subscribe, and hit that bell notification icon. All right, let's get doing this wreath. I don't believe I guess it does share the line up there. Itchy back. Oh. Let's go to the size 2 because we don't need any thick line art for this. And that essentially is the entire hat. Not too shabby, man. Not too shabby. All right. I'm curious how many layers this was. Just for the hat line art, not even the color, which each of these is going to have their own separate color layer too. Okay, so, yeah, put that in the bill there. And everything is in the hat, so we can click on and off the hat. Would you look at that? The on and off the hat. Clap on, clap off. So, that is the entire hat for this model. Let's see how many layers there are. Boop. Boop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So 13 layers of line art for just the hat, which is insane. in my personal opinion, because again, when it comes to final line art, most illustrations, it's just one layer for line art. You don't have all this stuff separated. There's no reason for it. But because of it being a VTuber model, it might be necessary. And then if we count into the fact of we have to color, we have to shade, and highlight, and possibly flash. And so that in itself is 1, 2, 3, 4, between 4 to 6 colors per layer, mind you. So 4 to 6 colors per layer, times that by 13, and that's just in the hat. Okay. That's just in the hat. What we got? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, we got the hat. Next is the head. So let's go ahead and make a new folder. Head. Double H. Okay. Let's go ahead and copy one of these draft layers. Perfectly fine. Duplicate. Throw it up. Throw it up. And then we're going to delete it. Yes. Yes. Okay. So. If I recall correctly, the ears have to be separate. So the ears have to be separate. Each ear has to be separate. So the left and right ear have to be separate. The whole head, though, can be one. Each eyeball has to be separate. I don't think... Now, hey, the 3 people on YouTube and the 1 person on Twitch, have you ever seen a VTuber with facial hair? I'm curious to know. I'm so sure there has to be at least 1 or 2 out there. But the VTubers that I have seen do not have facial hair. The reason why I'm asking and or confused is because... do I draw each sideburn separately? And do I draw the mustache separately? Let me ponder on this. Let me ponder. Let me ponder. Okay, so I'm thinking about head rotation. 1 solid piece would be fine. No, I don't think, well, not necessarily. Since we're talking about anime, the mouth on anime characters, whether you're watching a cartoon or a VTuber, the mouth is equal on every side. There's not a VTuber that does, you know, a side-to-side mouth movement. That doesn't exist in VTubing. So... oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Offline. What the hell?
Incoming dishes!
Dawn Power Wash flies through 99% of grease in half the time.
The better grease getter.
Did I have an L there? I think I had an L. Says I'm streaming. All of a sudden I noticed like everything went black. I was like, huh, what happened? I wonder, did we stop like a video? Let me check real quick. Curious. I'm curious. No, no, it didn't do a separate video. Okay. Okay. That's fine. We will work with that. It just shut everything off. It shut Twitch off and it shut YouTube off at the same time. What the hell? What the hell? All right, it's fine. We'll kick back off where we were.
Dawn Power Wash flies through 99% of grease in half.
99% of grease. Holy cow.
Worth it? Gillette Labs gives you a fresh blade feeling time after time after time.
After time after time after time. Crikey. What the hell was I doing? Oh yeah, I was just, okay. I got this. So, in the draft, I'm going to take off the hat. Okay. So I can focus on just the head. And this is also a good hint for you all. To go ahead and make your draft layers also on separate layers. So if you did the hat, you got the hat. If you got some, let's see here. I got some hair too. Can't forget about the hair. We'll eventually get the hair. So got some hair, got the hat. The head of course is on a separate layer. The shirt is on a separate layer. The belt and pants. Let's see here. Where was that? Belt and pants are on a separate layer. And what is this? I don't know what I'm blinking on and off. Oh, this must be the shoes. Yes, shoes are on a separate layer. The overcoat is on a separate layer. And then the facial hair is on a separate layer. And then the hands are also on a separate layer. Oh no, the hands were on the head layer. Yes, since it was skin. My bad. Should I have done hands on a separate layer? All right. Now, as far as the head is concerned and the head, so we want that right there. And then the rest of this should be a small line. Damn it. Diggity. Dang it. There we go. Now the question is, Do we make a thick line? All the way through to the chin? I don't think so. I don't think that's going to be necessary. Some creepy shit.
Having insurance isn't.
Let's see what else we got with Carl Casey. Carl Casey, what else we got going on, girl? All right. So that should be the head there. Duplicate layout. I'm thinking that the head needs to be in its own folder, just itself. Create another folder for left ear and right ear. So it's going to be right. Oops. Right ear. Yeah, so head. All right, so this is how this should work. Should work. It's only a little bit off. Okay. And then we're going to duplicate the layer. Right ear lobe. Or, well, it's not lobe. Right ear inside. Okay. Going down to a number 2. All right, so in theory, I should be able to just duplicate this, delete the right ear, and I should just have the left ear. So I don't have to redraw all of this. And then I'll have a right and left ear that I can separately move. We shall test this theory. Test the theory. Good golly, Miss Molly. All right, so that's good. Das gut, ja. Ja, das gut. Ah, itchy nose. All right, so we're gonna take this, and this, and we're going to duplicate them. Okay. Then we're gonna rename this one left ear. I'm gonna pop this up above this one. And this one. Okay, so that's the right ear. Left. Left. All right, so all we should theoretically need to do is circle this side here. We'll take off the symmetry line. Take this symmetry line off. Yeah, so this is the right ear. Delete. Delete. Okay. Put the symmetry line back on. The right ear, the same concept. Take the symmetry line off. And then circle this one. Delete. Delete. So now if we go right ear, yeah, and left ear, yeah, there you go. And of course that means I should be able to move them independently, just like they said that you need to. So there you go. I'm already cutting. I'm already cutting pieces. And I don't need to cut them because they're right freaking here. Literally. Well, to be honest with y'all, and now of course I'm going to put left ear and right ear inside the head folder, so when you drop it down you have the head, and then you have left ear and right ear. We have our hat, of course, which has all those layers, all the things. We're trucking pretty good. I'm just thinking about time at this point. I've done a lot more work today than what I anticipated to getting, because I was hoping to have a full work day today to make the most money I can, you know, doing my mundane truck driving job. But that wasn't the case today, so I decided to be as productive as possible. And this was my production. And I am very proud and happy, and it's coming along nicely. I am going to be quite interested to see how this turns out. And I'm also going to be very interested if someone who rigs ends up watching these live streams of me going through and creating this VTuber model, and hopefully they will you know, give me some insight on whether I'm doing it right or doing it wrong. Again, lesson of the day: put in the work so you don't have to do it later. And again, if you do too much, it's a lot easier to delete, merge, or whatever, right, or erase, than it is to completely have to redraw something over again, because that's going to probably mess up your colors. That's going to mess up everything. So just put in the work. If I'm doing too much, is what it is. All right. Cool. Do we want to keep working? In about 15 minutes, I'm going to be 4 hours in. So okay. I think I'm going to include on the head itself the buzz cut, because there's just no reason not to, in my opinion, since it's not a normal haircut per se. So for some odd reason, even though it says I'm streaming to YouTube, and even YouTube is still streaming, says I'm still streaming. I'll even refresh it. Says I'm still streaming. It's just odd. It just doesn't seem like it is. Another thing we haven't done yet. Save. Save that thing. Save that dang thing. We should be able to get the eyes done as well. I think that's going to be another fairly large undertaking because the eyes and the mouth are going to absolutely be the, like, dear Lord. Takes a lot of time because I don't know if I don't think I have to draw the eyes closing or anything like that. It's mostly a color thing and a line art thing. Yeah. So let's go ahead and duplicate this. Put that down here. Do eyes. Eye. Liner. So the thickest line, essentially, is what I'm going to be doing first. Eyeliner. Go ahead and delete that. And we're going to pick up 5. It's a nice simple line. All right. Duplicate layer. And then we're now going to do the eyelid. Oops. All right. And then duplicate that. I'm going to do eye wrinkles. I know that's part of the brow, but like, I don't know. I just don't feel like it's necessary to make separate brow things. Forgot to delete that. So those are the wrinkles, the lids, the eyeliner. Okay. That's why you gotta check your layers, man. Always be checking. Always be checking. All right, now we're going to be making iris. And delete whatever's on that. And this should be a full circle because, again, if I do wide eyes or closed eyes or whatever, I feel like they need to be a full circle, so that way if I have like a surprised expression, the eyeballs will show. So you gotta draw it. Gotta draw the circle. It's gonna look really freaking weird. Maybe in this instance, the ellipse tool would be the best thing to use here. It looks so weird. But if we erase them, you know, probably the retina needs to be a little smaller. We might actually just do like an actual black dot for the retina. Looks so freaking weird, man. But again, you know, this portion of the eyeball would be gone. So let's check that. I think that looks good. That looks pretty menacing, actually. That dude, that's a cold stare. That is a freaking cold stare. Okay. I can't I can't take him seriously though. When he looks like that. Yes, have the bestest little boy, don't we? Yes, we do. You go outside, little boy. Didn't you go outside? Didn't you go outside, little boy? Yes. Well, I think the dog has called it. For now, I'm going to for the quick draw, because I am curious about the quick draw. But yeah, I mean that's yeah, those are some serious eyes. Okay. Yeah. Let's make a folder. I'm gonna call it right eye. Okay. And that's all in the head folder, yeah. In your head, zombie, 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 hey, hey, hey. All right. Well, let's take a quick look at the time lapse. Gotta get that stash in there, man. That's a pretty cool time lapse. I think I'm actually gonna download it and upload it to my Instagram possibly even a YouTube as well. I mean, it's a hell of a process, dudes and dudettes. It's a hell of a process. So yeah, let's go ahead and export it. Cool beans. Exporting time lapse. Please wait. Please wait. Please wait. Yeah, let's put it on the desktop. Yes, we do want to replace it. All right. I'm gonna go back a few steps because obviously we want our eyeballs. Save. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, thank you all for coming in on the stream. Sorry I had a hiccup there at some point in time and it messed up with a lot of things. So if anybody was chatting to me on YouTube during this time, I apologize. I am not seeing it. It does not exist. The 3 people that were in on YouTube, instantly gone, and it just like everything just ended. So but yet YouTube is showing where I have not stopped streaming, and I have not checked Twitch though, so I don't know what the hell happened with there. But needless to say, thank you everyone who came in to watch. Really appreciate you. Again, if you like, comment, and subscribe, I really would appreciate that as well, because it's going to help me wing myself off of corporate America so I can bring you some good old art content. With that being said, this is your host Zipsaw with Zipsaw's Art. You have yourself a good rest of your day.